All right, and we will move to our first image of the competition. Our first image is titled Irish Dream, and judges, please feel free to enter your scores now.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 89, 84, and 83, this image will have an overall average score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker.
Yeah.
Our next image is titled Going Out with Teddy. We'll give our judges a moment to enter their scores.
Done. Done.
Done.
And with scores of 84, 80, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Cute as a Cub. Judges, go ahead and enter scores.
Done.
Done. I'm done.
All right, thank you. And with scores of 79, 80, and 80, this image will receive an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Now, this image does have a paid critique. Let's go to Shan, please, for some commentary for this maker.
Sure. So it is such a cute image, and I know that how difficult to catch, this joyful moment of the little ones. So I think the image maker is doing really well, and I know that how hard to shoot white on white with the lighting, with the, so I really appreciate your efforts. And if you want able to give some tips to improve, and I would little bit just chrome out those line behind behind the in the background. It's so simple to just chrome out those line, maybe a skirting board, something like this, so there's a little bit distraction. And then also that I got a feeling that able to maybe a little bit more enhance the contracts a little bit more, so that because it's white on white, so you will get some depth between the background and the subject. So overall, it's really cute picture, and well done.
All right, thank you, Shan. We'll move to Tianna, please.
Thank you. Yeah, it's lovely, and I love the connection with the little girl on the camera. She's really happy and enjoying the moment. Sharon's already mentioned a couple of the things that I would have liked to have brought to the attention of the maker, but the other thing I think is maybe a setter. I think it's gorgeous as it is without the fluffy rug, although I can imagine it might have been just to soften the floor, I suppose. I would probably consider having the fur rug or flicati across the whole of the floor so that you avoid having these kind of gaps at the back and around the sides where it isn't there. But otherwise, yeah, photographing white on white is really hard. But most importantly, you have a sweet, happy, smiling baby. And that's what we all want, especially with this age. It can be so temperamental. So well done.
Thank you. And let's move to Josie, please.
Yeah, I agree with the rest of the judges. I mean, it was a really sweet moment that was caught on this image. And, you know, I understand the set going on here. The only thing I would add is just to increase the saturation a little bit more on her skin tone. It's a little bit too muted. I think maybe including like adding more of that yellow and redness back into the photo. Again, it's because it's the white on white option. I would mask the baby is separate of the background, so you're adding the saturation to her only and not just the overall image. Another thing I would change is if I say I keep the whole set as is, I would place her to the left and the bear on the right. The only reason because the lighting is coming from that side, so I always want to make sure my subject is lit best and then the teddy bear is secondary. So she would have more of that lighting fall through her, all through her body, and then the bear could be a little bit less lit and not kind of in the, not as the main subject that the light is capturing. But overall, again, great moment capture.
Thank you all. Great commentary. And congratulations to this maker on the silver award. All right, we'll move on. And our next image is titled Baby, You're Golden. So judges, when you're ready.
Done.
Done.
Then
All right, thank you. And with scores of 89, 83, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in this silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Zen.
done.
Done.
I'm done.
Thank you. And with scores of 85, 84, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Embraced in Love.
Done.
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 And with scores of 82, 80, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 79. All right. And our next image is titled Berry Sleepy. Please feel free to enter your scores.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 83, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled My Best Friend.
Done.
Done.
Done, sorry.
That's okay. Oh, I think I'm missing your score, Tianna. If you don't mind just hitting save one more time, Tianna.
Done it now, sorry, it was just refreshing the note. Anyway, thank you.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. And with scores of 82, 80, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Rainbow Dreams.
Done.
I'm done.
Done.
And with scores of 90, 84, and 80, this image currently has an overall score of 85. However, we do have a 10-point difference in scores. So we will move to a challenge at this time. So let's please head to Shan in the benefit of the maker first, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I really love this image, and I was looking for something a bit different, a bit more creative to give a 90 score. And when I see this picture, I feel, I got the feeling that this is going to be the one I was looking for. So first of all, I feel technically this image maker that is with a good technique of lighting, posing, and adding those creativity into these images, because I find, with the backdrop of the cloud that fading away, and the setting, and also really a compliment with the rainbow, and also that she or he they use the white top is really like complement with the total image. So I personally feel that it's adding not only the technical advantage there, but also the creativity, the imagination there. So that's what I was been looking for. So I scored a 90. And I know the posing is quite technical as well, to pose in the baby like this, the fingers, especially I love the lighting, the shadows, and just beautifully placed in just gorgeous place. However, I was a bit concerned about, because this newborn posing is really technical, and we are looking for the safe shot, the safe behind shot to support this image. So, and I haven't seen this image, so I'm a bit concerned. So I wonder that would the image maker able to submit this after? So I hope, so that's why I challenge the other judges to hope that it bring up the score, and give this image maker the best score and that possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shan. And we will move to Josie, please, for critique.
So I love the vibrancy of this image. I adore colors and I love how vibrant everything is. And the play of colors is still neutral, but it's, you know, it's vibrant, and I love the play on that. The only reason why I scored it 80 is because baby's elbow, I would like to see it placed down to the backdrop so I know they're not levitating. Also, being that it's a kind of a close shot of the face, I would like to see the rest of the body so it doesn't look like the bottom half of them are gone and it's just, you know, just the face and like the upper body. I think if the legs were slightly more to the side, on maybe the shadow side, I like to see that they kind of follow through. Another thing is the lighting. It's a little bit hot in some of the highlights, and it's a slightly uplit. However, that's not bothering me as much as maybe seeing the rest of the body. I would tilt the baby's head to the other side so that it's facing the light and the fall off is from the forehead and not lighting up from up the nose. But again, that I love the flat hands though, and I think, you know, this shot is really sweet overall. I just want to see that baby's rested nicely and not just like placed on top of the rainbow. But again, minor details.
Thank you. And we will head back to Shan for rebuttal.
Yes, I still really like much like this. For me, it's more focused on the creativity, the uniqueness, and I think for competition is really use your imagination and go beyond your comfort zone. So I really appreciate this image maker's efforts. So I am, yeah, still happy for my score. But I do like, take on and Josie's comment, and it's really, really got good comment for improvement as well.
Okay, at this point, we will ask the judges to please rescore your images. You can choose to save the same score, or you can choose to change your score based on critique or commentary. So please let me know when your score has been accurately input.
Done.
Done.
All right, and currently my scores have stayed the same. Nope, I'm so sorry. The scores have changed slightly. We have scores of 90, 84, and 82. Oh, nope, that's the same. With an average score of 85, which will leave this in the silver distinction category. So we do at APNPI take great concern with safety of babies with our posing. And so we would welcome this maker to submit an SOOC that shows that baby is safely supported in this position and not simply resting on their own on this prop. So we will reach out to maker to ensure there's an SOOC that follows for behind the scenes for this image. If not, unfortunately, the image would be disqualified from this round of the competition. We do want to remind our makers that anytime that we are balancing a subject, we do definitely want to see those behind the scenes images. So please do submit those along. And once those are in place, we can properly evaluate whether or not an image can remain in competition or whether it needs to be removed. Okay, so we will be in touch with this maker, and congratulations for this high score. This image has certainly made an impression on our judges. All right, this is a paid critique. So at this time, I think we haven't heard from Tianna. So I would like to give Tianna the opportunity to give commentary on the image. And then if any of the other judges have anything additional to say, you can also add to your previous commentary that was, held during our challenge of the image scores. All right, so Tianna, I will hand it over to you.
Yep, I agree with some of the comments that have already been made, but I do think it's beautiful. It feels like there's a really lovely story in there. maybe about a rainbow baby, and sleeping so sweetly amongst the clouds. It's just lovely and heartwarming, isn't it? So for that, I really do love this image. In terms of improvement, I would have preferred to maybe have seen the baby's head tilting the other direction. Again, this has been mentioned before, so I don't mean to overdo it. Just so that it isn't uplit. And then a slight reposition, just so we can maybe see a little bit more of the little hidden shoulder and the rest of the body. However, it's nice. I love the colors. They're really bold, nice and warm skin tones. What's not to kind of really enjoy about it other than the safety concerns that have been mentioned already. Well done to the maker.
Thank you, Tianna. And Shannon, Josie, do you have anything additional to add under paid critique?
Yeah, I'm very happy that it's a award for the high level of silver. Is it silver distinction? How we say it? Yeah, it's really
Yes, silver distinction.
yeah, yes, I'm happy with that, and thank you all the judges comment that support my support my comment as well. Yes, well done, this image maker.
Yeah, thank you and
Congratulations.
congratulations to the maker.
Yes, definitely. Congratulations. All right, we'll move to our next image titled Marvelous Macy.
Done.
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 And with scores of 78, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Dancing in the Rain. And please enter your scores.
Done.
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 And with scores of 85, 83, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. All right, and Tianna is now on a break, and we welcome Kayleigh into her judging seat. Our next image is titled Sweet Like Candy.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 90, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it into the gold distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Fantastic score. And we'll head to our next image, titled Together as One.
Done.
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 All right, thank you. And with scores of 82, 80, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Let Me Think on That.
Is there a straight out of camera or a raw for this?
There is not, no.
Okay. Done.
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 All right, and with scores of 80, 80, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Embracing Life's Beauty.
Done.
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 And with scores of 87, 85, and 83, this image has an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Little Miracle.
Done.
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 And with scores of 90, 90, and 86, this image has an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category.
Can we challenge this one, please?
Yes, of course. So Shan would like to call a challenge. Let's please go to Shan in the benefit of the maker first.
Yeah, because it's just 1 point difference, so I really wanted to see if other judge agree that so we can bring this into the other category. So first of all, it's really touching imaging. It is really like really touch my heart because I feel that just beautifully captured and the storytelling, and it's so beautiful. And also, you know, technically the lighting setup, setting, the color combination, and just really beautiful. And I find it's hard to, you know, I believe it's like I really appreciate, you know, the technical, the storytelling, the technical part to capture the baby in this condition, and it's really heartwarming and also really something like magical that I feel able to capture this beauty beyond, you know, beyond we see, and but also capture our imagination and what's happening to this baby. Is she okay? And she's so beautiful, and it's just like beyond that we see the beauty and just capture the imagination and heartwarming. So that, yeah, and then I just feel, oh, there's just 1 point different, and shall we just like is there any possibility that we were able to bring this image into another category, and yeah, it's that's what I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Shan. Let's head to Josie, please, for critique.
I mean, I love the story behind this photo. I think she's gorgeous and I love all that hair she has. And again, she is a miracle. So I was scoring high based on the fact that, you know, this maker was able to have this baby and capture her story. The only reason why I went to 80, give her an 86 score is only technical reasons. I mean, she's perfectly relaxed. I love the pose. She's holding her little foot. I just wanted to kind of see her body a little bit, have more saturation to match her face. The lighting is falling just a tad bit flat. And, you know, I think that might be the maker's style. So again, very minor issues. And I think just the highlights are a bit dull. So it's like a very matte photo. I think I would want to see more highlights and shadow if I'm seeing it from a small screen. So again, just very minor technical details with me, but you know, I'm totally good with increasing the score and giving this maker a higher score. So I'm sold.
All right, thank you. We'll head back to Shan for rebuttal. Not sure if it's needed, but off we go.
Oh yes, I think yeah, I'm happy. I think it's grateful to have Josie's input for the comments. So is there always room to improve? Yeah, and definitely this is really lovely storytelling that image. And I think the whatever that we're going to you receive and as an image maker, and I think you have done a great job and tell the story beautifully and yeah, well done.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will rescore the images.
Done.
Oh, done.
Done.
All right. And with scores of 90, 90, and 88, we are still sitting at a score of 89, 90, 90, and 88. Yep, which places this in the silver distinction category. All right, and our next image is titled Smiles of Love.
Done.
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 All right, and with scores of 78, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Purest Love.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 79, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Fall in Love.
Done.
Done.
Mm. Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 79, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Friends.
Done.
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 All right. And with scores of 82, 90, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled The Biggest Smile.
Done.
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 All right, and with scores of 85, 90, and 80, this image currently has an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. We do have more than a 10-point spread here though. So that's an automatic challenge, and we will go to Kayleigh, please, and the benefit of the maker.
Yeah, so I guess I'm first of all a sucker for a baby smile. I think it's so sweet. But I like the creativity. When I first see this portrait, it's different, it's striking, it's, telling a story. I like the baby smile. I think it's really sweet. I think like there are some things that could be worked on, but I really like this portrait as a whole. But I'm interested to see what Josie has to say.
Well, I think the creativity behind it is excellent too. There's just things that drew me to the portraits, such as the coloring. I like that the maker matched it with the composite as much as possible. I just think the angle is throwing me off a little bit. Like the overall image could rotate counterclockwise a little more. I think it's the chest, but also the baby being placed facing the camera. I think, yeah, it's a little harsh on the lighting, but also makes me feel like if they were on their belly, it might be better. I love that smile too, though. That's hard to capture. I'm still waiting for mine, but I think I would also blur out some of the overall flowers, and I want to see like the baby more in focus and not the overall like everything part of the image. But I agree that smile is amazing.
All right, thank you, and we'll head back to Kayleigh for rebuttal.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying as far as like the maybe like the composition maybe seems a bit off as far as like it being in the frame. And maybe the lighting is a bit harsh on baby. I think this is overall like a real happy portrait. I like the flowers and the smiles. It's very springy, and I like the I mean, for me, I can tell that it's a composite, so I like that aspect of, you know, babies not just in a cupboard. So that's really nice. But I do think, you know, there's obviously like a little bit of room for improvement. But yeah, I think it's just kind of a happy portrait that, you know, there's a smiling baby. So cute. But yeah, I appreciate your critique.
Okay, at this time, I will ask that you rescore the images. The image, sorry.
Done.
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 All right. And with scores of 85, 89, and 83, this image will now have an overall score of 86 and will remain in the silver distinction category. Thank you all. Our next image is titled Giddy Up Cowboy.
Done.
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 Okay, and with scores of 89, 79, and 87, this image will have an overall average score of 85, placing it in a silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Sun-Kissed.
Done.
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 And with scores of 86, 90, and 93, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Hope in the Light.
Done.
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 And with scores of 89, 95, and 91, this image will have an overall score of 92, placing it into the gold awards category. Congratulations to this maker. This type of lighting is my personal favorite for maternity.
Mine too.
Very impactful. I love it. Okay.
So artistic.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right. And moving to our next image titled Ink and Innocence.
Done.
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 All right. And with scores of 82, 79, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Femininity.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 83, and 87, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. All right. And our
Done.
next image is titled Graceful Glow.
Done.
Oh, just a minute.
And
Done.
All right. And with scores of 87, 92, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled The Pilot's Son.
Done.
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 All right, and with scores of 78, 80, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Serenity.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 94, and 84, this image currently has an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. We do have a spread of 10, however, and so that's an automatic challenge. So we will go to Kayleigh, please, in the benefit of this maker.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we're looking at this portrait and we're, automatically keeping in mind every portrait has 100 points to start with, and just kind of taking away points based on what we feel as artists isn't technically right or isn't safe, things like that. I feel like this portrait has very few things that I can dock it on. For me, I feel like maybe the composition could be, I don't know, changed a little bit, maybe the background a little bit darker. But as far as like my score, like this is as pretty perfect as it gets, right? Like you could see the baby's eyelashes are so sharp. You could see all of the little dots on baby's nose is just perfect. Like his skin, it's not too bright, it's not too dark, it's perfect. All of the colors are just like, they're just flowing so nicely. He looks happy, he looks comfortable. I would like to see, if there is, a spotter nearby, because I think that these are always really important to have somebody nearby, but that's not always captured in camera. I just think this is really pretty, and taking into consideration like how we should be judging, I think it's a really beautiful portrait.
Thank you, and we'll head to Tianna, please.
Thank you. Kayleigh raised some really lovely points about how beautiful this image is, and we do have a really lovely, relaxed, comfortable baby. I think the styling and the lighting is stunning. My hesitation, I really wanted to give some more marks to this image. But I think that with the leading lines of the floor, to me, it feels there are some kind of imbalances with the way the lines are. So they're not straight, they're slightly off. And then my eye just leads to the back of the image where it's still quite bright. And then I see the horizontal line across the top. And then you see the vertical lines again of the floor. You can tell that so much attention to detail and care has been taken with the baby, but I think overall, I would have liked to have seen that across the whole image entirely. This is clearly someone who's very talented and skilled at what they do. And I think just taking note of those tiny things would really help to elevate this image and definitely push it into a whole new category. So I just want to say well done to the maker of this, because it's gorgeous, and these are only tiny things that you could say I'm being a little bit picky on. But I do think where the posing and lighting is concerned, this is the kind of standard that we all aspire to have. I mean, definitely myself. So well done. It's beautiful.
Thank you, and we'll head back to Kayleigh for rebuttal, please.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. And I think that was kind of one of the reasons that I took some points away, was because that was a little bit distracting. And that was kind of why I was like, well, maybe, the composition could be changed a little bit as far as like the angle, because that background is a little distracting, and like maybe it could be darkened a little bit like a vignette. But as far as like, I feel like I kind of took points away for that. But I couldn't really take points away for like the styling, the posing, the sharpness, the lighting, things like that. I think it's really beautiful, but I definitely do see what you're saying there.
Okay, at this time, we will rescore our images.
I'm done.
Then
Done.
Was that all three? I'm sorry.
yes, done.
Okay. And it appears that our marks have stayed the same at 85, 94, and 84 for an average of 88. And this image will remain in the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Baby Bear.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 79, and 85, this image will have an average score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Venus Rebirth.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 89, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 82 currently in the silver category. However, we do have more than a 10-point spread here. So this is an automatic challenge, and we will go to Shan, please, in the benefit of the maker first.
Thank you. So I really like the imagination and creativity on this picture. And also I think the lighting was really beautiful on the subject. And the posing, I just feel she's just really comfortable and just beautiful, just comfortable and beautifully posed for the mom. And also that the whole, when I look at the whole image, it's just full of imagination and creativity. And I really appreciate that the image maker that, put the effort to step out the comfort zone and create something unique and different, and maybe just bring it, the image maker's vision to life. And for competition, I'm really looking for somebody that really had that courage to create something that beyond their normal routine to create for clients, but also that had that courage to bring the imagination and vision to life, and I can see it from this image. So I really appreciate the image maker's effort, and well done. I really like it, and the color is beautiful, the warm color and the skin tone, and I think it's beautiful.
All right, thank you. And we will head to Kayleigh, please, for critique.
Yeah. So I really do value, a more creative piece. And I think it takes a lot of courage to create something that's, extra special. For me, I feel like maybe there could have been a little bit more storytelling with the model herself, as far as like maybe what's going on in this portrait. I do feel like the lighting is totally separate from the background than it is on the model, or sorry, the mom. So I think for me, I would have loved to have seen lighting that was similar to make this background look a little bit more realistic. I do appreciate the creativity and the bravery it takes to do something very creative and show it to other people for critique. But for me, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more realism or something in the mom to kind of continue the story a little bit in what's going on. And also maybe the underwear edited out would have really like taken it to the next level. But yeah, I appreciate also your point of view, Sean.
All right, thank you. And we will head back to Sean, please, for rebuttal.
Yes, thank you so much, Kayleigh, for the input. I think it's really great to have a different judge's opinion, the room to improve, and the you know the thing that we appreciate. So I think it's really well done, and hope this image maker that continue to have the encouragement to create those beautiful art that yeah, it's extra special and well done.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will rescore this image.
Done.
Done.
All right, was that 3 judges?
Yeah. For some reason, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I'll refresh the scores. I currently have scores of 89, 79, and 79. So scores have not changed, and the overall score remains 82 in the silver category. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Well
Okay.
done.
All right, thank you. All right, our next image is titled Wonder at the World. We wanted to have a discussion with our judges openly here around this image. We don't have an SOC. So in our image competition, we no longer accept the frog pose. This is a little bit different. We don't see baby's lower extremities. They might be behind baby. And we do have these 2 hands on baby here supporting. Appears like there might be a thumb on the, I'm going to assume this is a male's hands. It appears that there might be thumbs supporting behind baby's head. However, there's also one of the things that we talk about that can be a risk with this type of pose is the positional asphyxiation. So the pressure under the jaw of where those little, palms of the hand, the heel of the hand kind of press up and inward. In this instance, it's looking like there's some separation there and that the hands would be pressing up through the jawline so that any weight from gravity of the weight of baby's heavy head in comparison to their body is now pushing down onto those heels of the hand. However, through that jawline, because those wrists are so open. So I did want to open this to discussion with the judges and just get your insight as well of what you see that may be happening here or that may be a risk in terms of this positioning.
Yeah. So I think for me, it does appear like, a parent's hand is, or like the thumb in the back might be helping support baby's head, but hopefully that wasn't the only support. Because, with pressing the wrists into kind of the back of the throat, because it does look like the grip is quite tight. As you can see, like the arms and the wrists are a different color. They're red and purple. Hopefully the baby, wasn't being pushed into the wrists, or his or her own wrists, while, the parent was kind of squishing. But it does, the first thing that I see when I see this portrait, well, first of all, is beautiful eyes, but is the gap. And that gap is at any moment, just from, what I've learned and experienced is the baby is going to move or straighten its wrist at any moment and just kind of just plummet right down. I think to attempt this kind of portrait, you need to make sure that baby is properly balanced and is properly supported, so there is no lack of circulation. There is no placement at the back of baby's throat, things like that, as it does appear that way to me from my view. But yeah, anybody else?
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything really to add here. Yeah, I think you've eloquently covered all the points that I would have raised.
Yep, I would say that that's a very fair point. I think that one of the ways in which, you know, you can support in this pose would be the same way that we used to recommend that people would support in the frog pose, where you have hands placed on baby in order to support the weight of the head. And then you use a composite to remove those. But I think the larger question here is how much risk needs to be involved in a photography session in order to document, you know, these tiny little lives. And I think that at APNPI, we'd like to take the stance that it's most important to reduce any risk to baby. And so if a pose, you know, if there's this associated risk that you might cut off some kind of oxygenation of the baby or circulation, especially to the brain, or that there may be a fall that could result in some form of injury. Those are stresses that we don't need to put on our families or on our tiny subjects. So I think what we'll do is we will move forward with scoring this image, not based on the pose, but based on, you know, all of those other elements of the image, lighting and impact and composition, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go ahead and score this image, and then we will go back and have conversation with the maker around, you know, how this image was created, whether there are SOCs, and whether it will be included in the competition or not. So I would invite the judges to please go ahead and enter your scores now.
Done.
And
And,
All right, thank you. Oh, Josie, I'm not sure if you intended to put a score of 8.3
Oh,
or
no.
okay, go ahead and fix that.
Okay, done.
Thank you. All right, so with scores of 83, 75, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. And we'll move to our next image, titled Pondering Possibilities.
Done.
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 Thank you. All right, we have scores of 90, 80, and 82. And we currently have an overall score of 84, placing this in the silver category. We do have more than a 10-point spread, however. And we will go to Josie first, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Thank you. I adore the lighting of this image. I feel like that it's simple, but it still comes across as a good message. And so I think the lighting is so soft and diffused. The position of the light is great. The background is a little bit splotchy, but it's not, drawing my eyes to it. The only thing is maybe having a softer expression for her and less of her looking away. So I see less of the white of the eye. But I love the composition. I love that she's in the main focus of the image and she's lit the most. And I think overall the image is super sweet and it shows her age and it's very appropriate. And without having to do too much, I feel like this is impactful to me.
Thank you, Josie. And we will head to Kayleigh, please.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying, and I do agree with you on a lot of those points. I think for my perspective, like the lighting is really pretty. I think that it's got like great lighting on her skin, great shadows. Her expression is nice. I think the background may be a little distracting for me, as well as like her position in the frame. But that could it could just be like that's where she's looking, and that's why there's like that kind of negative space. I can't tell if like the background is supposed to have like that texture, or if it's I don't know, it lacks a little bit of interest, but is also like a little distracting for me, which is kind of why I took some points away. But overall, like I do think this is really beautiful and definitely deserving of a merit. But I definitely appreciate your point of view.
All right, thank you. And we will head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
I definitely see the background issues. I agree with you. I still think because she's lit so well and the light is so soft, the direction of the light, the coloring of her skin tone is, I think that's kind of secondary to me. So I think this definitely deserves a merit and also to be recognized of how beautiful the lighting is.
All right, thank you. Please feel free to rescore the image now.
Done.
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 And with scores of 90, 84, and 82, this image will now have an overall score of 85, which moves it into the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. All right. Our next image is titled Funny Girl.
Done.
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 Thank you. All right, and with scores of 87, 98, and 85, this image currently has an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. We do again have a greater than a 10-point spread here. So let's please go to Kayleigh first in the benefit of the maker.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a sucker for a happy smiling baby, and it's so cute. I really like this portrait, and it's really hard to find something wrong with it. So I'm interested to see what Josie has to say. I think like the only thing is maybe the composition, and that's why I kind of took a couple points away, really but I think like the eye contact, amazing. You can see the light in her eyes. It's so sharp and beautiful, and her skin looks gorgeous. As far as like lighting, I don't think it's too hot. Like, I think it's such a nice, even, but it's not flat. I mean, the line going through baby at the back there, I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. I feel like it separates the frame perfectly. Like, I think maybe just the composition, like she could be moved over a little bit more, so maybe her face is more central. But I don't think like a line going through a subject is necessarily always a bad thing. I think that it adds interest, and I think it does matter like where the lines are. And I think that this accomplishes that really well. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Like, it's a near perfect portrait, in my humble opinion.
Okay, and we will actually head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. It's very, very cute. I don't deny that one little bit. How happy, sweet. This is like the, oh my gosh, how adorable moment. In terms of my kind of critique, I think Kayleigh, you kind of you pointed out the things that I probably would have spoke on. So I don't necessarily have anything much to add, i.e. the line just going through the top of her head and just the line on the side by her arm. Again, you could say I'm being really picky, but I think the score that I've given it, it's sitting in a really happy place personally. But it's cute. I guess I didn't kind of think, wow, oh my gosh. And when we're looking at scores sort of 90, 95, and above, you struggle to find things to say about it that would take points away. And I feel like if we're kind of able to do that, then we have reasons, even if small, to sort of find reason for it to not be able to sit higher. Interested to see if there are any other things that I might have missed that might help to encourage changing my score and bringing it up, but I'm feeling quite confident with where I've scored it at the moment. But as I said, this is gorgeous, and I can't imagine any parent sort of saying like they wouldn't want this, and that's the reason why we do what we do. Yeah, so yeah, without being too harsh, because I don't think it needs that. It's just minor things, and a huge credit to this maker. They clearly have a really great rapport with this baby client. She's adorable. But yeah, tiny things that, if they weren't apparent as I'm sort of looking around, or I'm noticing as we're kind of giving the feedback, yeah, I think I would have been happier to go a little bit higher. Thank you.
All right, and we'll head back to Kayleigh for rebuttal, please.
Yeah, definitely do see, there are like lines, but I think that they're so fine and minimal. They kind of add to the story, because there needs to be some sort of a story. And I don't think that like it's not such a bold line going through her body that it's that much for me personally to dock points on. And I think we're here to give awards and merits on great work. And I think this is one of those. That's a beautiful, beautiful portrait with great technical skills also.
All right, at this point, we will rescore this image.
Done.
Done.
Thank you. And it appears our scores will remain the same at 87, 98, and 85 for an average score of 90, which places this image into the gold award category. Congratulations to this maker. Moving to our next image titled 7-Month Toothy Grin.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled, "You Are My Sunshine."
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 89, and 78, this image currently has an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. We do again have a spread of greater than 10 points though, so this will go to an automatic challenge. And let's hear from Josie in the benefit of the maker, please.
Thank you. I think, you know, it's hard to find a good maternity photo from outdoors nowadays, and I love how the couple is so evenly lit while it's still being moody. The sun shining on them, it's like perfectly placed. I love, you know, the time they shot out there. The pose is adorable. You know, I like that they look really relaxed, but they're still posed. And, you know, none of them are like overreaching. I feel like their faces and their expressions perfectly done, as well as the editing. The only reason why I didn't score higher is it's looking like it's a little bit blurry on my end, but I could be wrong. But otherwise, you know, I think this is a slam dunk.
All right, thank you. And we will head to Tianna, please.
Thank you. I agree, and I can't say I'm very experienced with outdoor maternity. There's a beautiful connection between the two of them, and I really do enjoy that. In terms of the editing, I did feel that actually it was a little bit soft, but I don't know. I feel like the focus isn't quite the same between the two of them. Like her face is a little bit soft, but her leg seems in focus. He seems in focus. And then, you know, I get it. It's a moment, so we don't want to kind of get too involved in messing about with hair and things. But I feel like if her hair was just knocked back briefly off her shoulders, we can just see her beautiful necklines and shoulders and collarbones. Maybe that's my studio kind of mind jumping in there. But I think that tiny detail would have really kind of pushed it into another category for me. You could say maybe I'd been a little bit hesitant and I could move up a few more points.
I did want to confirm that, yes, her eye is soft in the image.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Yeah, but I think overall the score's 85. So, you know, we're not doing too badly here. So, you know, if there is anything else that you may want to kind of speak on that I've kind of missed. The other thing I wanted to bring was I just felt that the skin tones were a little bit muddied where her legs were. It might just be that there's less light there. So it can be sometimes a challenge to sort of remedy that in Photoshop. But again, maybe I'm being a little bit picky. But I really do love the connection, and I think the lighting is pretty. It's just the kind of attention to detail for me.
All right, thank you. We will head back to Josie for rebuttal.
Thank you. I agree with the hair and also a little bit muddy on the skin editing. but I feel like overall the image does deserve the merit. And I think at 85, we're doing pretty good. I just wish it was more in focus like everyone else that we noticed. But yeah, I think overall the score is pretty good for this image that's a little soft.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will allow you the opportunity to rescore the image.
Yep, done.
Done.
Is that all three?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, and with scores of 89, 89, and 78, the score will remain at 85, which is a Silver Distinction Award for this maker. So congratulations to the maker. Our next image is titled Love in a Pinch.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 95, 89, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the Silver Distinction category. Again, we have a greater than 10-point spread. So we will automatically take this image to a challenge. Let's go to Josie, please, in the benefit of this maker.
Well, this image is striking. It took my attention right away, and it's really hard to make something minimalistic to be impactful. I love all the details of the baby, and I love where the focus is on the eyelashes, and I think the skin tones are perfect. The composition is amazing. I mean, baby's smacked in the middle. They're not slightly off. They're just straight on, and I love that. Like, I see so much of the eyes, but I think I mean, again, it's really difficult to make something minimalistic be impactful like this, and it just makes me like stare at it longer, and I think that's where they kind of win on the attention and kind of making something that's more about the baby, and I love that.
All right, thank you. And we will head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. I do think this baby is very cute. Those big eyes are just absolutely adorable. But that hand just completely takes away from me. It's really frustrating because I can imagine, as squishy as they are, I would have loved to have just seen their whole face for that to just be about them. The other thing that kind of stands out to me is the difference in the skin tones. Mom's hands have quite a strong kind of orange tone to them, and then we have not quite loss of detail in the whites on one side, but then, you know, on the shadow side, it's quite a big difference in the skin tones. I mean, you know, you first look at it and the first thing you see is those gorgeous eyes, but then as you kind of explore the rest of the image, I can't help but notice the other elements that I feel they're not strong enough for me to be able to award this image higher. I wish I could. Maybe where Mom's hands weren't squishing that sweet little baby's face, although I get the sentiment. It's adorable, but I don't think it adds to the image in this case.
All right, thank you. And we'll head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
I think this image is more lifestyle approach. And so I think, you know, obviously adults are more tan than babies, and I like that it's realistic in that sense and it's not overly edited. And I think the lighting is I can see that it's mixed with natural and studio. I think it's pretty even. Obviously, there's highlights and shadows, and the skin tone again. It's like a lifestyle but studio approach. So I think it's drastic enough to kind of go higher in the score.
All right, so we will rescore at this point. I did want to say we can't make assumptions about the lighting. So I noticed you said that it would be mixed lighting, but we won't make any assumptions about the lighting that was used by the maker in this case. But yes, let's rescore the image at this point.
Done.
Done.
Yep, I'm done.
Done.
Thank you. All right, and with scores of 90, 89, and 80, this image will now have an overall score of 86, and it will still remain in that silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Moving on, our next image is titled She Kicked.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 79, 79, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Celebration of New Life.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 82, 79, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled A Familiar Cocoon.
Done.
I'm done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 86, 90, and 95, this image will have an overall score of 90 and will be placed in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Embellished Elegance.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 82, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Adoration.
Ah, okay.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 85, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Muddy Mischief.
Done.
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 And with scores of 84, 84, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Glowing.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled 12 Days New.
Done.
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 And with scores of 89, 80, and 78, this image currently has an overall score of 82. We do have a greater than 10-point difference here. So We will go to an automatic challenge. Let's hear from Josie, please, in the benefit of the maker.
It's so difficult because this image, like everything about it is great. I love the lighting, the direction, the set, the styling. It's what like minimalistic, but also whimsical, and the skin tone's awesome. The only thing is I see that it's out of focus on the face a little bit, and it seems like it's more focused on the hand. So I'm just taken away with the aesthetics. If I were to be more crucial, of course, it would drop some points because of the focus, but I couldn't help myself.
Sorry, just checking the focus in the back. I know it can be so hard to see because they're so small here. Yeah, so we do actually, it does look like there is sharp focus. Let's move to Tianna, please, for a critique.
Thank you. For all of the reasons that Josie pointed out, are the reasons for my score. While to me it did look out of focus, and it does look like the focus fell on the hands. So that's why I'm sat at 78. But all the other elements, the styling, the composition, the lighting feels a little bit tiny overexposed for me, but and I think the title just speaks to how new and precious this baby is. So as you're saying that it is in focus, I'm more than happy to raise my score a little, because that was kind of my hesitation, but otherwise it's beautiful.
Wonderful. Let's head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
Well, I think we're in agreement here. It's just, it's so whimsical. I know I keep using that word, but I agree. It could be a little bit more defined in the shadows, but, and of course the hand focus. But I do feel like it should be noted and recognized.
Wonderful, thank you. We will rescore this image at this time.
Done.
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 Thank you. All right, and with scores of 89, 80, and 80, this image now moves up to an 83 and remains in the silver category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled A Child's Unwavering Stare.
Done.
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 And with scores of 88, 95, and 83, this image currently has a score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here, so we will go to Kayleigh, please, and the benefit of the maker first.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we're, trying to give awards and judging based on, people having, all of their points and then kind of taking away based on what we can see. For me, I just really love everything about this portrait. Her eyes are so like gripping, and I love all of her freckles. Her hair is unbelievably beautiful, and I just love her childlike pose. The reason I didn't score this higher was because of the background looked like it had some banding and some issues, like around her, the right side of her hair had some banding, over in the corner by her sleeve had some banding. I love the black and white. I love the depth. I love the matte. And I I know there's like a lot of wrinkles in her shirt, but I feel like kids have wrinkles, and I feel like this is so true. She looks like she just got done playing and she just came over here and took a quick shot, and it just is beautiful. So I really like the way like her leg leads to her hand, leads to her face, and then her hair blows. I just think it's really beautiful.
Thank you, and we will head to Tianna, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I completely agree with all the points that you've raised, actually. And when I think about the title, A Child's Unwavering Stare, and you can just see that connection in her eyes with the makers, just incredible. And my initial feeling is that we don't need the rest of the image. If this was a headshot, and left as naturally as her natural beauty is, I would have most definitely scored this higher. The background retouching is taken away from this image. There's a lot of masking issues, particularly around the hair, where you can see it looks like maybe the clone stamp tool, making an assumption here, but you can see where they've just gone around the edges but left some bits of hair still in. And I think that, you know, with children, and she has such a raw beauty. You can see her freckles, her beautiful eyes, all of those features. And then, you know, we have all these editing anomalies that we can see. And I just think that this could have been left as raw as possible. And you know, we would be really onto something here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the connection. It's gorgeous, but for all the other elements, and I agree, I'm not too fussed about the creases in her clothes. The other thing I'd like to bring attention to, and another point of why my score is sat where it is I actually struggling with the crop. I feel like there's not enough space on the right-hand side of the frame. The crop of where her hand is at the bottom, we lose that. And also the back of her hand facing the camera, it's quite bright. It's almost the same exposure as her face, and I'm sort of pulled away from that gorgeous unwavering stare that we're talking about and looking at here. And I don't like the feeling that I'm having to compete with this child's natural beauty. Sometimes I think we feel we need to go in and perfect things, and it didn't need it here. And yeah, I think a closer crop where we can just see her gorgeous face, or maybe a change in her posing. Give the image some room to breathe a little bit. It feels a bit of a tight kind of crop for me. And so, yeah, I think with those taken into account, that's where my score sat. But yeah, the title really helps. But I think at the same time, with all the other elements, it kind of pulls me away from that. And it's such a shame. Titles are really helpful. And that's important to point out. It really helps us build that story, that narrative. And I think when we think of children and child's portraits, there's always a kind of naturalness about them. And like you say, she looks like she's just been playing and having some fun, and then she's come and sat down just for that perfect moment where she's really connected with the camera. I've gone on a little bit because I just feel like, you know, that there's so many opportunities that the maker could have maybe not focused on so much, maybe kind of wispy, wavy hair bits on that side that we could see that have been sort of removed. But well done, because I think getting that connection with children can be really difficult.
Thank you, and we'll head back to Kayleigh, please, for any rebuttal.
Yeah, Tianna, I totally see what you're saying with all of your critiques. And I actually really like what you said about the background, because I actually take issue with the background, and that's why I didn't score it higher. And I really like what you said about it being more raw. And I think we didn't need it so edited. So I totally agree with that. Like, seeing all the wispy bits would have just added to that story rather than like cloning it out perfectly and, you know, leaving all of those splotchy bits and things like that at the back. But yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's take this moment to rescore this image.
I'm done.
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 Thank you. All right, and with scores of 88, 94, and 83, this image will now be scored 88 on average and will remain in the silver distinction category. All right, our next image is titled Maternity's Pure White Bliss.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Delicate Beauty.
Done.
Done.
Done, sorry.
Thank you. And with scores of 80, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Bright Eyes.
Done.
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 Thank you. Oh, Tianna, if you don't mind just saving your score one more time.
Sorry about that. That's done now.
It's okay. And with scores of 82, 79, and 78, this image will sit at an 80 and receive the silver award. Our next image is titled Nothing Down About It.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Radiant Reverie.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 83, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled, I Got You, Baby.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 79, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 79. This is a paid critique. So please, we will go to Josie first, then Tianna. Oh, sorry, Josie first, then Kayleigh, and then Tianna for commentary for this maker.
Thank you. So this image, I mean, I love the realism of their expression and their pose. I feel like that moment was real. I just wish, this photo was taken further away and there's more of a composition. I think the waves are a little bit distracting with the horizon line right above their head. It's taking away the attention from the mom and dad. I really wish it was like a further away, closer crop, versus it feeling like a 35 millimeter kind of approach. And I think it's overall a little too sharp and grainy for the background. So I think it's just taking some attention away from the subject. It's my overall improvement for this photo, but I love the whole vibe, and their connection is real. I love that.
Yeah, so I agree with your critiques. I think first of all, I love the colors in this portrait. I love the mom's dress. I think her hair looks really pretty. I love that they're connecting. I would have liked to have seen dad's face a little bit more. I feel like we're getting like a back view of him a little bit. But also I see that horizon line, and like I think lines are great. But this one is kind of going through his head a little bit, and I feel like if we had brought them away from the beach a little bit more, or if the maker would have come away from their clients a little bit further, we could have gotten like the horizon line a little bit higher. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more color in the sunset also. I feel like the colors could or like the colors and the lighting could have a little bit more of a contrast. And because I do feel like the clients, they do kind of blend in as far as like how do I explain this? The lighting, I guess. I feel like we're looking all over the picture, but I want them to be the focal point with just the background accentuating their presence. So yeah, hopefully that helps this maker.
Thank you. And Tianna.
Thank you so much. I think so much has already been said. As a studio maternity photographer, I'm kind of limited to what I can create in the studio. So I'm always envious of when people have amazing locations that they can have access to. That being said, you've really got to make the most of a situation where you have beautiful rolling waves, a gorgeous sunset, sandy beach. And I feel like, there's so much that could really be done here. Definitely speaking on a composition element, I feel that, should the photographer have stepped slightly maybe to the right side, we'd be able to get them kind of see both of their faces a little bit more rather than just the focus that feels like it's just on her. Although I get the I got you baby title, I feel like that probably speaks to that a little bit. The horizon line's already been mentioned. The other thing I'd like to say is maybe get a little bit lower. That might help with kind of escaping that line. Rather than shooting down on the couple, you'd be able to kind of shoot more of an angle where you don't have the issue of the horizon going straight through, and you get to capture the whole scene, a little bit more of that sky, which looks a little bit dramatic with the sunset. Overall, a really lovely capture of a moment between two people who clearly love each other, and I'm sure that speaks to them. But yeah, it's just thinking about all those other elements when you're planning to enter images into competitions. Try to think about all the different ways that you can get yourself the maximum points possible. So breaking it all down and thinking, right, have I done this? Did I do that? Did I achieve, what I'm trying to gain from entering, which is to showcase your beautiful work and your ability to be intentional about what you shoot and create. So this is a really good starting point, and I hope that the critique that we've given really helps this photographer push forward with their images. So well done. Thanks for entering.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to our next image, titled "A World to Hold in Hands So Bold."
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 75, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled "All in Green."
Can I ask a quick question?
Yep.
This looks like it might be the same girl from one of our other photos. Are they allowed to have like photos from same sessions?
That I am unsure of. So I think at this point, what we'll do is we'll score this image.
Okay.
And review afterwards. Yeah, I'm unsure because the styling is completely different too. It might be from two different sessions with the same subject. I'd have to look further into that.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind. I just
Yep.
thought that was a rule. Sorry.
I think there is some kind of a rule around the subjects from the same session. I just want to be careful that I don't overstate the rule and look more carefully into it before I comment.
Done.
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 And with scores of 88, 84, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it into a silver distinction category. Our next image is titled "Beauty by Candlelight."
Done.
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 And with scores of 82, 80, and 79. This image will have an overall score of 80, putting it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Nestled.
Done.
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 And with scores of 81, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Floral Bloom.
Is there a raw or with like
Not that I've been made aware of, no. So yes, again, there are still the concerns regarding the spotter, if there is one, and I will make note that we will go back and look for an SOOC. Done.
Done.
And with scores of 78, 80, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Mr. Teddy and His Squishy Tushies. Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 79, 80, and 75, this image will receive an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled Flower Girl.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled Spa Day.
Done.
Done.
Done. Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Walking Along the Estuary.
Done.
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 Thank you. Oh, Tianna, we'll just get you to click one more time on the save prompt.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Done now.
And with scores of 78, 75, and 77, this image will have an overall score of 77. And this image is a paid critique. Let's head to Tianna, please, for feedback for this maker.
Thank you. It's a lovely image and what a happy boy. I think that with images, sometimes we don't feel that we need to do much editing. The scenery is beautiful, the styling is lovely, the expression and connection is nice. I think what would make this image stronger, particularly when it comes to entering into competition, is thinking about the other elements such as, you know, composition. We do have the line of the lake just creeping through his head there, and I do feel like although you want to capture all of the scenery that's all around, because you know clearly it's a beautiful location that's been chosen specifically for this session, I imagine. You know, I feel like he's a little bit lost in all of that. Going back to composition, if the maker just got down a little bit lower, you'd empower him in the image, make him appear taller and bigger in the scene, and you'd still have all the details in the background. And I do think a little bit of contrast here would help a lot. It feels a little bit grainy, particularly towards the sort of the skyline and the trees in the background, and a little bit bright in that corner, so my eyes are drawn over there. But well done for entering, and of course having critique. As hard as that can be, it's really important to get feedback so that we can grow, and we all need that, so well done.
Thank you. And let's head to Kayleigh, please.
I agree with Tianna here. I think that impact may have been increased if the boy was a little bit closer to the camera, or the photographer was closer to the boy, so the boy was more of the focal point, like with his feet being like lower in the frame, and him being a little bit closer. But I do think the little boy is so cute and he's so happy. So yeah, hopefully that can help the maker with, you know, the equipment that they currently have, kind of improve the work that they're doing.
Thank you. And let's head to Josie, please.
Well, as Olive mentioned, I agree with everyone's points. I think I'm just missing a little bit of that intention behind this photo. I feel like, I mean, obviously he's really, really adorable and cute and he's just being himself. I just want him to feel like he's more of a focus in the photo than just that he's in a photo with the scenery. I think, you know, all the points mentioned of him being closer to the camera, being lower, so he's bigger in the image, as well as having a lower f-stop with this photo, because we can still see the background with your subject in focus, and bigger and more of a presence in the photo that would help bring that intention and, you know, make it so that he's the focal point and everything else is subsidiary. So I think, you know, if we just improve that, this would be a 10 out of 10.
All right, thank you. And our next image is titled Dearest. Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 84, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Bliss.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 89, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category.
I just want to say this photo really made me smile. It's so cute.
I love that they've included their little puppy in this. Sweet.
The ears flying.
Yeah.
So funny.
All right, our next image is titled Sleepy Time.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 79, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Her Mama's Everything in Her Tiny Hands.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 77, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Perfect Pucker.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 77, 80, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Like My Leaf.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 81, 83, and 75, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled My Brother and I.
Okay.
Done.
Done. Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 78, 80, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 81, which will put it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Maternity Style.
Done.
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 And with scores of 85, 82, and 90, this image will have an average score of 86, placing it into the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Empowered.
Done.
Done.
Is that all three?
Done. Sorry. Done.
That's okay, no problem. And with scores of 89, 93, and 92, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Powerful in Pink.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 86, 85, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Lost and Found Moments.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 83, 79, and 87, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Sorry. So this is a paid critique. Let's head to Shan, please, for critique for this maker.
It is beautiful photo. I really like it, especially capture the beautiful smile of the baby and the mother. And I feel the connection is just so beautiful. I like that, you know, that like a triangle that with the both hand hold together, and the color, the soft pink with the white, it goes really well. And one thing I noticed about, I think the light pop up really strong from the left hand side, and it burned a bit of the hair from the mother. And so probably I judge a little bit of the light, so that not going to burn, you know, that the hot spot burn off those highlight of the hair, but also probably a little bit depth of the, you know, the background, between the background and the subject as well. But overall, it's beautiful, lovely capture, and it's really heartwarming moment between the baby and mother, and I really love it, and well done.
Thank you so much, Sean. And we'll head to Kayleigh, please.
Yeah, I think this is a really cute picture. I think obviously mom is beautiful and the baby's smiling. You guys know I'm a sucker for a smiling baby. And I think what could be improved on next time with a portrait like this would be to possibly separate the client from the background a little bit more, or maybe angle the light on the left side away from mom a little bit more. So we're not losing the detail in mom's hair from, you know, the overexposure of lighting. It's hard to tell. I feel like there might be a little bit of a soft focus, but correct me if I'm wrong. And I think that can be hard to do on like a background like this. But I think like the color is actually really beautiful on this portrait. I love the skin tones. For me, the pose is I feel like it could have been improved on if mom had turned a little bit more to our left, so her right. So the first thing that I see isn't like mom's blurry hand and the baby's feet. Um, and so if she just kind of turned a little bit more so we could see like the closest part to us was like baby's face, mom's face. I think that would have been preferred for me as far as like what was most pleasing to the eye for a competition. And then yeah, I love actually like the mom's blouse. I think the colors, the choices were really, really beautiful. And I think maybe centering mom and baby a little bit more in the frame would have been preferred. But I think overall, like, is a beautiful portrait that mom is going to absolutely adore and cherish forever. It's really pretty.
Thank you. And we'll head to Josie, please.
Well, a lot has been mentioned, and I totally agree with Kayleigh and Sean, especially about the posing. I think I would have liked to see mom's arms to be the other way around. Sorry, I'm not, for some reason I can't think of the word, but to where like her ring hand is holding baby's head and then the other hand is holding the bottom, so that just again, it's not like her hand is going to be as big. I understand that pose is usually crossed, but I think in this kind of moment, I think with the hands mixed, it would look a lot more refined, so that it's not just so blurry in the front of the hand and her hand is so large. But again, that smiling of the baby and mom, that's just we're all melting because of that. So that's amazing job to the maker. The lighting is great, other than the blown highlights on the side a little bit. I almost feel like that might be something from editing. Sometimes tends to bleed a little bit like that, but overall, strong image for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much. We'll move to our next image, titled Sweet Dreams.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 84, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Teddy Bear.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 90, 85, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled First Steps.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 83, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 86, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Motherhood Unscripted.
Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 90, 89, and 88, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Teddy Bear Stroll.
Done.
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 And with scores of 90, 92, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 91, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Titled I Am Her.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 86, 94, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 90, placing it in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Longing Lashes.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 80, and 81, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Shining from the Inside Out.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 80, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Cradled in Contentment.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 90, 84, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled The Power of a Woman.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 90, 84, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 88, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled The Chillest Cherub.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 79, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Let's go to Josie, please, for commentary for this maker.
Thank you. I adore this photo because baby is so chill and I love the title. The only thing I would mention to improve is the tones of the photo. She seems a little bit red in the midsection, and a little bit gray around the mouth. I know this is going to be a soft edit photo, and so I don't want to get too in depth with um, fixing the tones too much, but that is something that was distracting me, as well as the background. I think there's several colors going on, and it looks like there is light coming from the left side that's ambient, and so it's throwing off like the studio lighting a little bit that I see in her eyes. But I do love how chill she is and hanging there, and she's so squishy. I think that's what I can mention on, and just maybe placing the light even closer to baby and getting more of a diffused kind of type of lighting. But good job overall.
Thank you. And we'll head to Shan, please.
Yes, so chill and so lovely, and I think it's lovely posing the baby that I love to really contain. Yeah, about the color, I just feel a lot of pink there, maybe because the lighting. And yes, I find maybe you can reposition the lighting a little bit higher, and I find the right hand color is very bright as well. So maybe put it down a little bit more higher, get the lovely butterfly, the under the nose. And the wrap one side of the wrap, I will put structure the wrap a little bit even, so it looks really like lovely, like smooth, like wrap up the baby. And yes, so that is my comment about for the improvement. But overall, it is really a lovely idea, and well done for posing the baby and capture this like really containment of the baby, and so cute. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Kayleigh, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one of my favorite categories, is like older newborns. So I really love these. I love it when you get chilled cherubs and you get them like just chilling and looking at you. Like those are really impactful portraits. Um, so what I would suggest for a portrait like this the next time the maker does something like this is don't be afraid to keep posing the baby even though they're awake. Just bring that hand inside, and that way it looks a little bit more purposefully done, especially with something like this where it looks like you're hanging the baby. You want everything to look like it's kind of tucked in, and that way baby's not going, it doesn't appear as if baby's kind of falling out of this, even though we know it's like flat. This is kind of what it appears like when you first see it. And I agree with Josie and Shan, like the pinkness level. I think obviously we could take that down a little bit. I really like the lighting here. I think the lighting looks really great on baby. What I would do for lighting though, because you have this great eye contact, but you do see that there is a little bit of shadow in the baby's eye, although you can see the light there. What I would do is just dodge baby's eye a little bit to that way we have a more impactful eye contact. And yeah, and that way baby just looks kind of well, is looking right at us, is a little bit more rounded out. and purposefully posed. But I mean, good job on getting that eye contact because that's not always an easy thing to do. And beautiful baby. Thank you very much, Kayleigh. All right. Our next image is titled Double Snuggle. Done.
Done. Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 86, 84, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Titled Argyle Love.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 79, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Sweet Dreams.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 80, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Sweet Slumber.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 85, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Rosy Innocence.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 90, 84, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled So Sleepy.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Tiny Princess.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 80, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Titled A Moment of Reflection.
Done.
Done.
Sorry, was that all three?
Yes. I think so.
Okay, and with scores of 89, 85, and 82, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. All right, so there is a 10-point difference in scores here, and that will be an automatic challenge. So we will go to Shan, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Okay. So I give it quite high score, but I know that I don't shoot these styles and don't shoot studio lighting, so I really love to bring up this challenge because for me it's a learning point from other photographer who expertise in this style as well. So for me, I find when look at all the other images, for me, I look at this image that I like the shooting angle that a bit different, you know, shooting up a bit above, so give a different perspective. And the color, I feel the color of the hairband and the wrap I coordinate really, really lovely. And of course, the baby's eye is beautifully captured and sharp and beautiful. And I feel the impression they capture beautifully, like not smiling, but not like not smiling, like can capture the baby's soul. So for me, I don't shoot this style. So technically that is not my expertise to, but that's the point that I really appreciate the maker for the effort. And I really love that this challenge that I want to see other photographer that who shoot the style that, the technical point, and I'd love to learn from it as well. So thank you, and well done. And I really like your image. And so lovely to hear other other judges comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shan. And let's head to Josie, please, for critique.
Thank you. Initially, her expression is definitely what drew me into. It's like a Mona Lisa smile, but it's very mature for a baby. But I love the set. It's just as you, and I love the pearl necklace around her, and the rosy cheeks and the rosy nose. But then I looked a little bit further, and it just looks like the skin tone is not even throughout the body. So her body is a little bit too cool, compared to her face. And also the disperse of the shadow, is a little bit harsh, on the floor. But also definitely the eyes for me. I'm pretty sure she has beautiful eyes in person. It's just a little bit overly edited for me. So that's something that I just kept staring at. It was just like the sharpness and the dramaticness of her eyes, which I feel like we could lighten them, but I don't think it's needed to sharpen it as much. And so for that reason, that's why I scored it what I scored. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Shan, please, for rebuttal.
Yeah, I really enjoy listening to Josie's critique and comment, and yes, then grateful for Josie's input as well. And I think we all learn from Josie and the room to improve. So yeah, well done to this image maker to it really capture this baby beautifully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we will rescore at this time, please.
Done.
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 Thank you. Okay, and with scores of 84, 82, and 80, this image will now have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Okay, and Kayleigh is now on a break, so welcoming Tianna, and we have Shan, Tianna, and Josie with us. Our next image is titled Beauty Rest.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 77, 76, and 78, this image will have an overall score of 77. Our next image is titled Inward Peace, Outward Glow.
Done.
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 thank you. And with scores of 79, 82, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in a silver category. We do have a 10-point spread here though, so this will be an automatic challenge. Let's go to Josie, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Thank you. I adore this image. I think the lighting is perfect. You know, the only thing is that the lines on the floor and a little bit in the background can be distracting, but in this case, I feel like it didn't take away from the overall image. I love her skin tone and the little bit of highlight that's falling on her, and it's really well done. The pose is amazing as well. She looks really relaxed, and you know, it's not forced in any way. And I think overall it just kind of had that impression and like that impact effect on me. And it's the white of the overall image is really well done too. Yeah, I feel like there's not much I can take away from this photo, so I scored it what I scored it. And obviously I love the model, I love the photographer. I think the work is well done here.
All right, thank you. And we will head to Shan, please, for critique.
So beautiful photos. I show white on white, so I understand that getting the skin tone right, the lighting, and everything that's so beautiful. Like this image, that is takes a lot of work and technique as well. So well done for the image maker. And the model, the mom is just so the soft, you know, expression is just so beautiful and elegant, and the posing is nice, is really beautiful as well. And so the thing that I didn't give a highest score because I feel it just the way she's sitting down and the dress flow is just so beautiful. I don't think you need the, you know, need the throw on the floor that, you know, she's sitting down there. It just feel, you know, when sitting on white on white, you focus, it's a minimalist, and sometimes less is more, you know, sometimes you add something a little bit more there, and it's just not necessary. So I will remove the, you know, the thing that she's sitting on, you know, the floor, the little carpet she's sitting on, so you won't get those lines, you know. It just not. And I can see probably diffused by the curtain in the back. That's what I do, and that's what I taught students as well. And then we have some light, some you know, can see the waving, you know, the curtain touch the floor, and this is a backlit light that if you just getting this beautiful pure backlit light in the back, and you can just remove those line and the curtain, and I feel those like a little like a curtain line that in the background, you can remove it, so the beautiful image just like classic white background and beautiful skin. I always like the dark skin tone of the white on white. Just the pocket so beautifully. And if you want to show the curtain, you can angle a little bit, the shooting angle, not purely toward the light, and shoot it like 45 degrees the light. And you will see the curtain. If you want to see there's a curtain, a bit more lifestyle. So you can also move your shooting angle, and it will be totally different style image. So shooting white on white is so interesting, and you just shoot a little bit, you know, different angle, totally get different style. So I didn't score like a bit higher, but it doesn't mean this is not a beautiful image. This definitely, because I shoot this image, this style. So I'm a big critique here. I understand, and so I hope that you do that, but it's beautifully captured. And just a little comment there. I hope that you were able to, you know, take it in and try a different angle and totally create, you know, another style or improve from this image. So, but well done. It's beautiful. It's so elegant and so classy, and the white is so beautifully, because so hard to get the white is so white, and the color skin is nice. So well done, and really grateful, appreciate for your hard work.
Okay, thank you. And we will head back to Josie for rebuttal, please.
Thank you. I definitely see what you're saying, Sean, and I appreciate your input, especially if this is your specialty. I had the feeling that the maker wanted to show and leave more of the lifestyle effect, and while the curtain is spotty, I can see the lines and everything like that. I think it's just they wanted to do a lighter edit. But overall, I feel like the total score is justified for this photo. So I think, you know, they definitely deserve at least an 83 on this.
All right, thank you. And we will give everyone the chance to rescore the image at this time.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 82, and 88, this image will now have an overall score of 85, which will place it into the silver distinction category. Congratulations to this maker. Moving to our next image, titled Puppy Love.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 77, and 81, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Embracing the Postpartum 1 Month.
Done.
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 And with scores of 85, 83, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it into the silver category. Our next image is titled Big Sister.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 79, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 84, currently placing it in the silver category. We do have a 10-point difference, which is an automatic challenge. So we'll go to Josie, please, and the benefit of the maker first.
Thank you. I'm a little surprised, but you know, this image I feel like is lit so well. It's oftentimes hard to light from the back and the front. But I feel like it was such a even balance, that there's still highlights coming in from the back, and the front is not too distracting and overpowering to where it flattens the overall skin, and there's still shadow and highlights on the clothing, you know, as well as the pieces on the hair. A lot of times if we were to edit the background too much, it takes away from the little strands of the hair, but it's still present in this photo. But of course, the pose is amazing. She's so relaxed, and baby, I can see all their features, and that's usually, again, really difficult when it's backlit. But they're both in focus, and I mean, the only thing is I wish the photo was bigger and the composition was better, but you know, overall, I feel like that doesn't take away too much from this photo, with everything that I mentioned. So I think this deserves a pretty high score.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. Josie, I completely agree. The two things that you pointed out were the two things that kind of, for me, held me back a little bit. I would have loved to have seen a closer crop in on them too. I feel like there's quite a lot of negative space, and sometimes it works, but I feel like in this occasion, we just probably have a little bit too much, particularly at the top, and I feel like it's really close at the bottom. You could call it picky, but I feel like I'm kind of looking around to see what else could be happening here. The pose is lovely. You know, it's nice and simple, and it just focuses on their relationship together. I do think it lacks a little bit of contrast, if I'm honest. And you know, I felt like there could maybe be a little bit more connection. It is a lovely image, I don't deny that, but as I said, those kind of two elements, the composition and the crop, for me, I don't feel I was able to give it much more. You could say I was a little bit harsh, so I'm happy to move a few points with this, but it's not sitting in a bad place at all. So yeah.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Josie for rebuttal, please.
Yeah, I totally agree with the crop, you know, and wish that it was a little bit more closer, but being that I'm IPS, I'm always like worried to crop something, and then I have to like print it like as a canvas, and then I'm out of room. So I guess in a way I'm less picky about that, and just more about the lighting and how, you know, a lot of times I'm seeing like photos of newborn photography where the skin's super overly edited, and I don't see that in this case. Sorry, this is my dog. Sorry. But overall, like I said, I feel like the lighting is so well done and everyone's so relaxed. There's not much I can take away other than, again, just the cropping. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And at this time, we will rescore this image.
Done.
I'm done.
Thank you. And with scores of 84, 80, and 89, this image will remain at a score of 84 with a silver award. Moving to our next image titled Spunk.
Done.
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 And with scores of 90 across the board, this image will have a final score of 90, placing it into the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Our next image is titled Sleeping Handsomely.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 84, 78, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Titled Amongst the Roses.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 85, 77, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Amongst the Trees.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 88, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Titled Little Miss Kissy Lips.
Done.
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 And with scores of 84, 78, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here. So let's please go to Josie first in the benefit of the maker.
Thank you. I originally fell in love with the lighting of this photo. Feel like her skin is so dewy and creamy. And I know that's not from just the editing. It's like that large diffuse light. And I'm always a fan of diffuse lighting. I feel like it's hard to sometimes do milestone photos. But the set and the styling is super age appropriate. Because I'm sometimes like, oh, what do I do for a 3-month-old, or so I totally understand that. So there was, yeah, I think just not blowing too much of the highlights, but still keeping all of the details of the skin. And she's super cute, of course. I know the fingers are close to being cropped off, but it's not. I love that the hair is peeking out from the headband. I think that's super adorable. But overall, I think I'm, super impressed with the lighting, and I think it deserves a higher score. I think 89 is perfect for this photo.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. I do agree. She is beautiful. And time and time again we see these gorgeous children, which is lovely, and that's what parents want. These sweet moments that they capture. For me, the reason I scored it where it was is like you said, the crop is very close to the fingers at the bottom. Yeah, the light being low, I feel like the crop is a little close to the top of her head. Um, if this was me and I was thinking of a way to improve it, and I hope that this helps the maker, just from my own perspective, I would have just focused on her face. We've got a lovely title that kind of makes you want to look at her face and look at the little puckered lips that we've got there. But then, as you look around the image, there's, the highlights being a little bit blown, the crop. Lovely for parents, but I think with competition, we need to be a bit more intentional about the images that we enter, just to kind of get the best out of, what we know we're capable of. And in here, those tiny details don't go in the favor of the image for me. But I don't doubt that the styling is, it's very pretty. I just think these little things are noticeable. And yeah, so as much as I would have loved to have given it a higher score, probably somewhere in the 80s. I don't feel that I'm able to do that on this occasion.
Thank you, and we'll head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
Thank you. The thing with the highlights, I think I'm still able to see like all the strands on her eyebrow, which I don't think it's too overblown. And so I think having to kind of have the effect of the cropping, I understand it should have been closer, and like if they just cropped into the face, but I think it's not too distracting for me. And overall, I think this maker is pretty talented. So I like that it's in the 80s of the total score. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will rescore at this time.
Done.
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 All right, and with scores remaining the same, our overall score will stay at 84, and this will be placed in the silver category. Moving to our next image titled Forever Mine.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 82, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Serenity.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 87, and 91, this image will have an overall score of 89, placing it into the silver distinction category. Titled Grandma's Craft Room.
Done.
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 And with scores of 92, 79, and 90, this image will have an overall score of 87, placing it in the silver distinction category. We do have a spread, a greater than 10-point spread here. So we will go to Shan first, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Okay, and congratulations. For me, it is such a beautiful image. It's like full of storytelling. I love the details of those dried flowers and fabric and the green, the basket and those other basket and those flower, little girl's dress, and she's just so into the moment, and with her little red hair and the front with the green, and I just really love the atmosphere and feelings about this image. Like it made me feel it's such like a childhood wonderland, and it's so heartwarming and beautifully like I can feel that image maker has spent a lot of time and thought and to craft all these details together, because there's a lot of patience and time to put involved in able to catch that little girl really into that moment. If you just feel lost time and feel just so really beautifully enjoy and just look at all the details in the lighting and colors and feel really enjoyable to watch it, and the little girl, it's just like storytelling. Like I just love it. Like well done. This I really love this picture.
Thank you. And we'll head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. It is beautiful and a lot of attention's gone into this. The creation of it, there's so many details, but I feel like the little girl is not the main subject in this image. I find myself kind of staring elsewhere, like at the flowers rather than her. And when I think of like, you know, grandma's craft room, it's probably a room that, like when I think about the story, it's, you know, it's not a room that you get to hang out in often unless like maybe you're in there with grandma. So maybe she kind of snuck in. But I'm not feeling that element of cheekiness that I felt like I should see. So I feel like there's so much potential here. And it has me wondering if there were more from this kind of set that may have contributed more to the story. The styling and the colors are lovely. I just felt that the main subject was lost.
Thank you, Tianna. Let's head back to Shan, please, for rebuttal.
Yeah, I do see the point of you know, yeah, about the when the title in and relate to the image, because you read out the title first and then you will have that kind of like image in your mind that is going to something you look for, like more like grandma's craft room and something more about grandma. So I totally understand, you know, where she in a lovely comment in critique that going to this image for the image maker to um to you know make improvement. Always there's a room to improve, and I know everyone like to see things are differently, and for like that, you know, the image tells story for me, and I feel I look back and I just step back and look at this whole image and all the beautiful details, and look at the whole picture. It's just like full of imagination for me. Yeah, grandma's craft room. Yeah, I not really like associate with grandma. Maybe I had a grandma sitting there next to the chair, have another chair grandma sitting down there, or maybe something related to grandma. I do see that there's some you are looking for what related to grandmas, but for me, it just the whole image is so beautiful. I just couldn't like not like it. And also I come from the background when I was little, I was a painter as well. So I just like, oh, it's so beautiful. I really want to paint this picture. So thank you.
Thank
Tianna,
you.
so
And we will rescore the image at this time.
yeah, please.
So we'll give you a moment for
Done.
rescoring.
Done. Done.
Done.
Thank you. Okay, and with scores of 89, 79, and 89, this image will now have an overall score of 86 and will remain in the silver distinction category. I did want to comment for our makers in case anyone is listening about, you know, title commentary or critiques that have to do with relating your title to your image. When naming your images, you should be careful to try to name them in a way that is consistent with the storyline that is happening in the image itself. Because you know, we are that title itself is meant to lead you into a story about the image. And so then if there's an inconsistency there, or if you've not made a strong enough connection between your title and your image, that can actually negatively affect the story or impact of the, you know, the story behind the subject, and all of the you know, pieces that you're using to complement that storyline. So I would say if you're struggling for a title, it is perfectly fine to leave your image untitled. Just, you know, I would just name it untitled and let the image speak for itself. Sometimes your title, you know, can do a lot to help to explain what you were trying to accomplish in an image. And so it's up to our makers, you know, how they would like to approach that, but just food for thought. All right, moving into our next image, titled Angels on Earth and in Heaven.
Done.
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 Thank you. Oh, Tianna, if you could just hit save one more time.
Sorry, I'm all done now.
Thank you. And with scores of 88, 80, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Dreams of a Baby Fox.
Done.
Done.
Okay, I'm back.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 85, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. And Josie is now on break, welcoming back Kayleigh. Our next image is titled Hello Baby.
Done.
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 And with scores of 84, 80, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Tea Time.
Done.
Done. Thank you. Oh, Tianna, can you please just hit the save prompt one more time?
I'm so sorry. I've done that.
Thank you. And with scores of 85, 80, and 84, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Jubilation.
Done.
Done.
Done. Done. And with scores of 82, 79, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 80, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Unconditional Connection.
Done.
Done.
Done. Done. And with scores of 79, 80, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled Cradled in Light.
Done.
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 And with scores of 89, 85, and 95, this image will now have an overall score of 90, placing it into the gold category. However, we do have a spread of 10 points here. And so this will be an automatic challenge. We'll go to Kayleigh first, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think first of all, it's impactful. Like when I see this, it impacts me. It makes me feel like, oh, wow, it's just so beautiful. I love the tones of white. I love the lighting on the baby. I think the title is also very prevalent and kind of tells that story. I can tell the eyelashes are so sharp, and I love to see all the details, but it also looks soft. Like the light, the background, it's really beautiful. I really love this portrait. I would have scored it higher. But I actually the fabric that the baby is laying on kind of throws me off a little bit. To where it's kind of going like right through the middle of the portrait. I don't know that that was like completely necessary, or maybe it could have been like folded in a different way. I think that's maybe the only thing I can really dock it on for me personally. I think overall it's a really nice relaxed pose as well. You could see in the baby's expression, very relaxed. And there are some reds in baby's face, but I do think that some reds are okay. You can tell, baby has been edited. There's no like big reds in certain places. But I think like this is a more natural portrait with a natural pose, and like leaving some reds in there is true to baby in this case, where it looks really nice and natural and beautiful. Perfect hair. Everything feels very purposefully done. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. I completely agree. It's a very, very beautiful image, and this baby looks super relaxed and just, yeah, the lighting, the tones are really nice. The reds do stand out to me a little bit. I didn't notice too much with the fabric, but now I kind of think where it's at the front is a tiny bit distracting, just that bit right at the bottom, but it's not too major for me. The main element for me was I just would have loved to have seen that other tiny arm that we can catch just a little bit of at the top there. It would have been nice to see those little fingers maybe resting on her tummy. But there's incredible control here with lighting. And overall the skin tones are really, really nice. So yeah, I think if I could see the other arm and maybe the fabric at the bottom pulled it down a little bit so there weren't so many wrinkles, it would just not pull my eye so much. I kind of find myself following it down. But I do come back to the baby in the middle, which is really nice. So yeah, I think if I could just have seen that tiny arm, I would have no hesitation in giving this a higher score. Otherwise, yeah, well done, because yeah, whites are not easy to control, and backlit as well. So well done.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Kayleigh, please, for rebuttal.
Yeah, I definitely do see what you're saying. I think for me, when we're working, when we're judging, I think with the work that we've seen today, it's we're looking at one of the better portraits that we've seen today, and I think when we're giving awards, I think it definitely deserves an award. And Yeah, I definitely, that would be nice to see the little hands in the back for sure. But I think for me, it doesn't really detract from the impact. But yeah, I definitely do see that. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. We'll give you all the opportunity to rescore at this time.
Done.
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 All right, and with scores of 89, 85, and 95, this image will remain at a score of 90 or an average score of 90 and stay in the gold category. Congratulations to this maker. Welcoming Josie back. Shan is now on a break. Our next image is titled Sweet Lullaby. I'll give you a moment to enter your scores.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 82, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Glow Mama Glow.
Done.
Done.
Done. Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 79, 77, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled A Weighted Embrace.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 82, 99, and 83, this image has a current overall score of 88, placing it in silver distinction. We do have a greater than 10-point spread here. Let's go to Tianna first, please, in the benefit of the maker.
Okay. I don't normally get emotional about images, but this literally took my breath away. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm damn near holding back tears. It's just, oh, I can just imagine that this family, I mean, the title kind of pulled it all together for me, but you know, when you think about those families that have waited so long to hold a baby, and this image is just everything that tells me about that journey for them. Oh, I don't really have much critique for this. I think it's beautiful. There may be some things, I'm not going to mention them because I don't think it warrants that. But this is everything. It's simple and beautiful, and it literally just, that focus is right where it needs to be, and then you get those hands. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm pretty lost for words here, and that doesn't happen often. But I can't really find anything where I'm kind of saying, you know, maybe they could improve here and there. This is beautiful. And yeah, and speaking on like my past experience as a midwife, when those parents get to hold their babies for the first time, like there's tears all around, and I felt that emotion when I looked at this. So yeah.
Thank you, Tianna. We will go to Josie, please, for critique.
Thank you. I definitely agree that this is such a good pose. It's minimalistic, it's simple, but it you know, I love the hands of parents on babies. You know, I think it shows how small they were and how precious. And so I definitely understand it's super adorable in that sense, and the emotion behind the photo. The only reason why I didn't go higher is because of the shadow on the right side from the parent's arm. There's like a distinct line between the skin and the background. Again, it's probably not such a big deal. The only other reason is because I feel like the skin tone is a little bit spotty. Again, being picky, it's very yellow on the parent's arm on the side, and it kind of distracts from the baby. Normally, of course, adults are more tan than baby. I would just try to match a little bit more, so it's more of a complete like vision of baby and parent as one. But overall, good image, like Tianna said, and I agree, it's very emotional.
Thank you. And we'll head back to Tianna, please, for rebuttal.
Thank you. Yeah, I do see that. I did look at those things, and I kind of thought maybe with the direction the light's coming, I'd expect to see a bit more shadow there. And you could say, yes, that, you know, we should maybe look at the tones there. But even still, I don't think that my score's going to move much, if I'm honest. I can't find anything that to take away much more from here. This is everything that, you know, we aspire to create for our families, to tell their journey and tell their stories. And I really believe that this image has done that well. The lighting is beautiful. The whites are maintained. It's not over edited. The composition's beautiful, and that pose, there's so much love. It's really gentle and soft. When I think about kind of all the elements that we're looking at, there's minor things, sure, and that's why I didn't give it 100. But I don't think I can fall any lower than where I'm at. I'm afraid there's just not enough for me to take away here. I'd love to see a little bit more movement in your scores. I think this does deserve at least a 90, because this is beautiful. There's a strong simplicity, and it just kind of is that reminder of, you know, less is more. We don't need to do all the beautiful things that we do sometimes, as lovely as they are. And it's not a criticism of anybody who, you know, does more creative work. But sometimes I think that simplicity can be overlooked a little bit, and we have it here, and it's done really, really well. And I really do think that that should be forgiven by raising the score. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I will give everyone a chance to rescore now.
Done.
Done.
Well, and with scores of 85, 99, and 85, this image will in fact reach a score of 90 and will sit in the gold category. Congratulations on a wonderful challenge. And congratulations to this maker for this award. Moving to our next image titled "It's All About the Attitude."
Done.
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 Sorry, Tianna, I think your seat is being a bit tricky. If you can press save one more time.
Sorry, I've done it now. I've pressed it a few times. So it should
It's
come up.
okay. Yeah, we've had that issue before. With scores of 82, 87, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled "Purple Perfection."
Done.
Done.
You okay in there, Ash?
Done.
Okay.
And with scores of 79, 78, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled "Innocence."
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 79 across the board, this image will have a final score of 79. Our next image is titled "Ready."
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 85, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 85, placing it in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled In Daddy's Arms.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 75, 74, and 74, this image will have an overall score of 74. I did want to ask, does anyone have any commentary for this maker? Because I feel like the reason I believe anyway, the reason why this is falling at a 74 is just for the fact it wouldn't pass accreditation. Am I wrong in assuming that?
No, I love this image because it's so pure. And I love the pose and how relaxed baby is, and it's just uplit is the reason why we're scoring it the way we are. And had the light being on the other side, it would have been a sure win for me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of skill denoted here. I know this isn't a paid critique, so we won't go through all of our judges, but just wanted to give some commentary to this maker because I see some definite, strengths in terms of posing, styling, composition. There's, there's a lot of good that's happening here, and I don't want this maker to be turned off by this score. And I think you're right. By just bringing that light around to the other side, or if this is window light, then placing babes so that their head is closest to the window rather than their bum. So either turning everything around and using your other wall or placing babe in the other arm it would have given a drastically different score, I think, for this image. Do you feel, am I overstepping by saying that?
No.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll move to our next image. Titled, What Did You Say?
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 89, 77, and 84, this image currently has an overall score of 83. We do have a greater than 10-point spread, so currently sitting in silver category. We will go please first to Josie in the benefit of the maker, as this is an automatic challenge.
I love the simplicity of this image. I like that baby is really the focal point, baby's face, I mean, and everything else is not overly blurred or anything like that. Like, I love the depth and how they're shooting wide open. Baby's expression is cute as well. It's just one of those things that just kind of makes you stare at it a little bit longer, and I like that it's holding my attention. I feel like that's the impact that I like. And the lighting is creamy, of course. it's just if I had to make one critique, it's just a little bit bright in the eyes, and because the light is reflecting it in the baby's eyes a little bit too much. But overall, I feel like it deserves a pretty high score. There's not much I can take away looking at the photo.
Thank you. And let's head to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. It is a lovely image, and I do like the color tones. For me, the biggest reason for my score would be I just feel that the eyes are quite over sharpened. The light does feel a little bit on the low side. It could also be that the baby's head is tilted one way, so that might be giving me that impression. So, the other thing is there's something really unusual with the hat. I mean, I don't know, it looks a little bit like noir on just above like the right-hand side. Yeah, the over sharpening of the eyes, I think sometimes, you know, if we have a few images maybe in a selection, just to maybe choose one where, you know, the eyes are more in focus, so we don't have to kind of do that, because it just looks very kind of unnatural, and that might be given the appearance of the very, very bright catch lights in the eyes. And in fact, if you look on the whites of the eyes, they do look a little bit kind of blown, as opposed to where the kind of normal natural eye color is, where it's a little bit more kind of like a grayish pinky sort of color. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm sat with my score, to be really honest with you. I would struggle on this case to bring my scores much higher than where I am.
All right, and we'll head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
Thank you. I think how relaxed baby is, and the overall like composition and the creaminess of the skin that overtakes it for me. I think they didn't really lighten the pupil, but the sharpening of the whites is a little bit much on the eye. Like I mentioned already, I would have scored it higher if you know that wasn't completely sharpened as much as it is. So I think it deserves the to be in the silver, like in the overall score we have now.
All right, thank you. And we will rescore at this time.
Done.
Done.
Sorry, was that all three?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and with scores remaining the same, our overall score will stay at 83, and this image will remain in the silver category.
Cool.
Our next image is titled Basket of Sunshine.
Done.
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 And with scores of 93, 83, and 81, this image will have a current overall score of 86, placing it in silver distinction. We do have a greater than 10-point difference here, and so we will head to Josie, please, in the benefit of the maker first.
Thank you. I can spot this image from the other entries, and because of that, I felt like this image is more well done, because obviously the coloring of the green is edited, but it didn't or do such as the other images did. So I feel like because of that, the skin tone of the subject remain the same and true, as well as the flowers. I love that there's separation. And I love how realistic it is because of the subject, like the rain dots on her shirt. I like that it's fine art and like painterly, but without it being overly done. And the depth of field, of course, that's amazing. And her red hair works really well against the green. I feel like this image has more thought and intent. And so I think I scored it higher because of that.
Thank you. And we'll head to Kayleigh, please, for critique.
Yeah, I'm really interested in your critique, and I'm totally willing to increase my score just like based on like your rebuttal. I guess for me, like first of all, this is beautiful. Like I absolutely agree. It's so beautiful. I love the tones. Her skin tone is really beautiful. I guess what was lacking for me was the title, I guess, like the basket of sunshine, that was kind of missing for me. And I don't know, I guess the expression of the little girl. Um, maybe I would have wanted to see something a little bit more excited or more fun sunshine with this basket of sunshine. I guess that kind of missed the mark for me. Otherwise, like it is very beautiful. So I guess that is my one critique, is like how does that align with the title and like the story and the impact of the portrait itself.
All right, we'll head back to Josie, please, for rebuttal.
I think the sunshine part of the image is really the flowers being vibrant, and it really stands out against the rest of the green. I think the red and the pink and the yellow really kind of brings my attention to it, and I think if they made it any brighter or any more colorful, it would distract. But I like that it stands out from the rest of the image because those colors aren't really seen anywhere else. So I think I also love the fact that her hair is perfectly done. It's away from the face. That's really hard sometimes when it's not a control setting of studio, but I think this deserved higher score because of that.
All right, thank you. And we will rescore it this time.
Done.
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 Thank you. Okay, and with scores of 93, 83, and 84, we now have an overall average score of 87. So this image will remain in the silver distinction category. Our next image is titled Fresh Bloom.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 78, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Titled Very Cute.
Done.
Done.
Okay, done.
Thank you. And with scores of 78, 76, and 74, this image has an overall score of 76.
Are we able to just discuss this real quick at all, just because of
Yes.
the uplighting?
Yep.
And the way that we scored the previous image also, you know?
Yep, I would agree that I think consistency is probably needed here. So
Yeah.
the other one was directly uplit. This one is a little bit more indirect, but there definitely seems to be a bit of an uplit aspect here with this image. So I would caution the maker that it may or may not pass accreditation given who interprets the image, who's sitting on the board to interpret the images. So typically anything that's passing an accreditation is receiving a score of about a 75. So 75 or above denotes what would pass accreditation. So some judges may see this as too much uplighting in order to pass accreditation. One of the ways in which that you can tell if you've uplit an image is if your nostrils of your baby are kind of like on fire with light. So if they're bright and much brighter than other parts of the nose, then you definitely know that you've got an uplit situation or scenario. Sometimes when we are doing this particular pose with babies, you know, it's safer to angle the head tipping towards the light source rather than away from, because it changes the angulation of the face and then leads to that underside of the nose being a little bit more visible. So when you are trying to set up your lighting, it's much more difficult to uplight when like it doesn't happen when you tip the top of the head towards the light source. And then additionally, I think when we're posing here on the floor in our props, we definitely want to make sure that we have those behind the scenes images to ensure that we have spotters in place. It looks like this prop does have a nice wide base. Hopefully you've weighted down the bottom of the prop as well inside. So even just getting, you know, like a round circular bag, or you know, you can have it sewn like those little posing pillows, but a round circle full of rice is, you know, it can weigh enough to kind of weigh down a prop like that. I've heard of people putting ankle weights in the bottom of props as well, you know, 10 pounds ish ankle weights in order to counterbalance, but we always want to have that that spotter available as well. Judges, any thoughts?
I think all points have been raised, to be honest, in that sense. It is debatable because I wasn't sure about the lighting, whether it was uplit or just kind of very to the side. A way to probably sometimes overcome that is to raise your shooting angle. And that will give the appearance that the nostrils are more pointing down, but ideally, you know, reconsidering the lighting position would probably help. The only other thing I probably just want to mention very quickly is that horizon line between the background and the floor is very close to, it cuts through the bonnet, but it's very close to the top of baby's head, and so becomes a distracting element. So there's potential, and that's always a good thing because you know where you can improve and what to do next time.
Thank you. All right, we'll head to our next image titled These Little Piggies.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 80, 73, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 78. Our next image is titled Bunny Baby.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 81, 79, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Titled Bundled.
Done.
Done. Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 82, 78, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Titled My World.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 79, 80, and 85, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. This is a paid critique. Let's go to Tianna, please, for critique.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a really lovely image. There's a really nice, sweet moment between mom and baby. And that's what we all want, that connection and that happiness and that joy. For me, I feel like there's a little bit of warmth lacking in the skin tones. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more warmth. Maybe consider bringing up the exposure a tiny little bit. I don't have a lot to kind of critique per se. I think it's a very lovely, safe image. And it's a really good place to start if you're kind of planning on moving forward, maybe with accreditations and things like that.
Thank you. And let's head to Kayleigh, please.
Yes, thank you. I do agree with Tianna with regards to it lacking in a bit of warmth. But I mean, I scored highest. I think it's a really beautiful portrait, and I love the connection between baby and mom. And I think the choice of mom's gown, baby's gown, are good choices. They go together well. I love the tones besides, lacking a bit of warmth, probably in like baby skin, maybe a little bit of contrast. But I think also mom's hair looks great. And I think the connection is really important. I do, since this is a paid critique, I don't know that the curtains in the back are necessary for this. And I think they're distracting for me. And I might have scored it higher if there was, I don't think that was necessary at all. But other than that, I think it looks like a really beautiful portrait. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll head to Josie, please.
We're obviously all drawn to the moments before between baby and mama. I think it's super darling as well. I would have scored it a little bit higher if everyone already mentioned the warmth of the temperature of the photo. But also I would improve by shooting just a little bit lower in the angle. I want to see a little bit more of baby's face and mom, because when I kind of went closer to the photo, it looks like mom's eyes are closed. So I think at a lower angle, I might see her eyes a little bit better. The focus is a little bit soft on baby. I think if it was more in focus, I would have, definitely rated higher. A little bit of spottiness on the skin tone, nothing that, as skin smoothing can't fix. But overall, it's a lovely image between mom, and the family's gonna love this.
Thank you. Our next image is titled In the Eyes of the Beholder.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 84, 82, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 83, placing it in the silver category. Titled Dreams and Hugs.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 81, 83, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Titled Baby Squish.
Done.
Done.
And with scores of 78, 74, and 74, this image will have an overall score of 75.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yep, go right ahead.
I feel that like when we're taking portraits, first of all, this is a beautiful, beautiful baby, and I love the colors and the lighting. I think are really great, and it's such a shame for me to have like scored it so low. And I think for me, what would have improved this is if the angle had been uh not so focused like at the bottom part of baby, so we could see baby's private parts so clearly. Maybe next time, take your angle and just kind of bring it to the front of baby and kind of shoot down a little bit more. And that way, um, you know, baby's privacy is a little bit more concealed in that way. But I think I definitely would have scored it way higher if there was less private part showing.
Thank you. Valid commentary. All right, our next image is titled Snuggle Bunny.
Stephanie, is that sharp on your end?
I'll pause and I will go see. Okay, so after review, we've determined that baby's right eyelash line is slightly out of focus. On baby's left eye, about a third of the way out from the inner corner appears to be the sharpest point.
Done.
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 Thank you. With scores of 74, 78, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 77. Titled Awake and Calm.
Done.
Done.
Oh, sorry, Kayleigh.
It's okay, I'm done.
So sorry. Okay. And with scores of 82, 77, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 79. titled Renaissance Beauty.
Done.
Done.
Done. Thank you. And with scores of 84, 80, and 89, this image will have an overall score of 84, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled In Rings We Bind, Tiny Toes We Find.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 87, 78, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 81, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Never Let Go.
Done.
Done. Done.
And with scores of 84, 78, and 83, this image will have an overall score of 82, placing it in the silver category. Our next image is titled Sunflower Serenity.
Done. Done.
Done.
Thank you. And with scores of 81, 77, and 80, this image will have an overall score of 79. Our next image is titled The Sweetest of Dreams.
Done.
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 Thank you. And with scores of 78, 77, and 79, this image will have an overall score of 78.